Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today and that everything has gone well for you this week. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching the live version, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. The two books that I'm going to be reading this week, and I'm going to go ahead and warn all of you that I had almost no reading progress for an entire week because there's just been a lot of stuff going on. But I will be reading Fault Tolerance by Valerie Valdez and Life After Light by Kate Atkinson. I'm also gearing up to start reading Devolution for Kat and I's final book of our book club for this year. And I'm really excited for that one. Honestly, that's the thing I'm most excited to read this month. So that'll be really nice. And as always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or, put a fan on you. In my case, it has been horribly cold where I live, and it's already just like the coldest winter that I can remember in a while. Like, we've been experiencing temperatures that we normally don't have until January at the first day of December. So, it's been brutal. But one of the things that I have is this sweater that I knitted. I actually made this blue sweater, and I'm very proud of it. It's the first sweater that I've ever made, and I wanted to wear it for the show tonight. So, very proud of that. And I'm going to go ahead and go on over and see what everybody's working on and how everybody's doing. And Elena was the first comment and said, just got out from work, so I'll get some reading done and making myself some hot tea. Hot tea sounds like a really good idea, and I might end up doing that for myself as well, just to have a warm beverage. You said instead of hot tea, I made my decaffeinated coffee, but just black coffee. Okay, well, nice. It's still a nice hot thing to drink. You said, I'll be sprinting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the morning. I only sprint on the weekend, and I just had my Subway for lunch, and I had Veggie Delight with a combo of chip and a vitamin water. You said it was good. Very nice. Well, that's good. I do really enjoy a Subway sandwich. I don't eat there all that often, but I used to eat them a lot. And Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, I have 6 chapters left in Devolution. The second half is very exciting. At this point, 4 stars so far. Too little of Nathan Fillion as a cameo narrator. Oh, darn. But I'm glad that you're really enjoying the story. So I think that's fantastic. And Andrew's here. Hi, Andrew. Andrew says, yes, second half is starting to pick up. Woohoo! That's good. That's awesome. I'm going to be getting there very, very soon. And Denise said, hello, everyone. I'm on page 225 of The Shining. It's good so far. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And Nicole says, evening, and evening to you too, Nicole. You said reading Candide. Nice. I had a friend in college who really liked Candide. And Angel's here. Hi, Angel. Angel says, hello, everyone, and hello to you too. William says, greetings, and greetings to you, William. Angel says, like your sweater. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very cozy. I can definitely say that. And Heidi says, Denise, I think The Shining may be his best overall. I'd have to disagree with that one, but I have kind of an unpopular opinion about The Shining, where I thought it was just okay. It wasn't a book that I really loved. I didn't hate it. I had a very middle of the road feeling about it. But the other thing you have to know is I also never saw the movie. So my feelings about The Shining are very different than how most people relate to that story. And Nicole says, love and knit sweater looks cozy. Yes, it is. Thank you. It's helping to keep me warm. I've been freezing. And Heidi says, I love the sweater. Preppy. Oh, that's funny. I never would have called it preppy, but I think that that's an interesting way to to put it. Maybe it is. I've never considered myself to have a preppy style. And Elkie says, hello, hello, and hello to you too, Elkie. Combat Veteran is here and says, hi, Alex, and hello to you too. I love your changed photo. I see here you have one of, I'm guessing that's your cat. That's very cute. And William says, going to purchase a book for my local online seller later, can only afford one. 18 choices, can't decide. First world problems. Well, I hope that you get the one that is going to end up being a 5-star read, because that would be fantastic. And yeah, so I've already told you all what I'm planning on working on tonight. And so at this point, I just want to see, what all would you like to do for the first sprint? Would you like to do 45 minutes or 30 minutes? You can let me know and I'll go ahead and get that set up for us. He says, yes, cat I used to have. Oh, well, your cat's beautiful. Elkie says, I'm reading The Other People by CJ Tudor today. Very nice. That sounds like fun. He says, if you had a penny loafers on, definitely preppy. I don't. I just have Masakis on. That's funny. I'm gonna have to tell Keaton that. I think that's hysterical. And Denise said 45. Heidi said 45. Comment veteran said thank you. You are most welcome. Always compliment a very charming cat. I also had a really sad realization right before I jumped on here. It's why I was a little bit late. I was trying to put a video that I had filmed that's going to be coming out on Sunday on my computer so that I could start editing it. And I discovered after all of my filming, I had no audio at all. And what had happened, and this has never happened before, my microphone was ever so slightly pulled out of my camera and I didn't realize it. And I'm so gutted because I was really proud. I'm like, okay, I got it filmed. I can edit it on Saturday. It'll release on Sunday. Everything's going to be good. And now, because I have a deadline for this video, I have to film it and edit it tomorrow, which I really don't like having to do that with videos because it takes up a lot of time in one day. And the fact that I have to refilm something feels like I wasted all that time. So it's just very frustrating, but this will hopefully help me to just calm down a little bit, feel a little bit better. So, things happen. Roxanne is here. Hi, Roxanne. Roxanne says, I'm pulling an all-nighter finishing some assignments, crying face. You poor thing. Well, welcome, and hopefully we'll be able to keep you on the productive track so that you can finish those assignments, and I'm glad that you could be here. Faye says, hello, I'm trying to finish The Last Time I Lied today. Well, hello to you too, Faye, and I believe in you. I think that you can. Elkie said, oh no, that's a nightmare. Yeah, it really was. And Ron is here. Hi, Ron. Ron says, hello, I'm reading The City in Glass by Guy Vo. Is that how you pronounce that? I also might switch to Cahokia Jazz by Francis Spufford on audiobook when needed. Very nice. And Nicole said, so sorry about lost audio. Thanks. Yeah, that's unfortunately one of those things where it can't be fixed. There's no about of altering the volume that can change it. The microphone just didn't pick anything up. So, it'll be all right. It's, as William just said, first world problem, right? It's not like it is related to, my job or anything like that. It's just one of those things where I'm trying to get something done by Sunday. And Elkie says, Nicole, hi, how are you? And I will go ahead, and I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I also have to give you all your first question, which is going to be, would you rather be on a dating show or a survival show? I don't believe I've ever asked this question before. Hopefully not. So we'll see what you all have to say. And I think I'm going to begin with Life After Life. I have some knitting that I've been working on as well, so I might end up doing that at some point tonight because I find that very relaxing, especially when I'm stressed. So we'll see. But yeah, we'll start with Life After Life, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I'm trying to see exactly how many pages I read during that. Read somewhere around 25 pages, looks like. So that was pretty good. Of Life After Life. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what the deal is with her dying, and then like in the next scene it's almost like an alternate universe in which that didn't happen to her. So it's very curious the way that this book is written, and I want to see if that gets explained more later, if it's kind of just up to us to figure it out. I'm not really sure, but I mean, I like the writing so far, although sometimes the sentence structure can be a little bit confusing with the way that, like, the syntax in which stuff is written. I'm not really sure why, it just is. But before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather be on a dating show or a survival show? And Nicole answered Elkie and said, "Hi, Elkie. I'm well. I was thinking of you Wednesday. Hope you're well." Aw. And Heidi said, "Alex, you can knit all your Christmas gifts this year, hats and scarves." I am knitting some Christmas gifts this year. So I have one that's complete, and I have two others that I want to work on. Well, I should say one of them I think is going to be crocheted rather than knit, or the other two are. Yeah, because let's see. So I knit one of the items, and the other two are going to be crochet. So that's going to be nice, hopefully. And Elkie says, "Nicole, oh, that's very sweet of you. My brother's funeral was very beautiful, and I got to say my goodbyes. I'm doing okay today." Oh, Elkie, I'm so sorry. I remember you telling me that he wasn't doing very well and you were going to go visit him. So, I mean, I'm glad that his funeral was beautiful. I'm just really sorry for your loss. And I do hope that you're doing okay. And Stormy, hi Stormy. Stormy says, "Hi everyone, not reading, instead watching Beyond Paradise on BritBox." Very nice. I also made myself a cup of tea because I just wanted something hot, and it's very nice. It's a lemon and blackberry tea, and I added some honey to it. And Heidi says, "I think a survival show would be fun. I would have to get myself in tip top shape or be 30 again before I went to the island." Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be Survivor, but something maybe where you have to survive out in the wilderness for a certain amount of time. And Faye says, "I'd rather be on a survival show and get voted off first." Oh, that's funny. And Denise says, "Both sound dreadful." If I wasn't married, I'd say dating, only because you usually get to go to some fabulous place, and I would not survive a survival show. That's fair. Ron says, "A dating game, I'd be out in the first round." I mean, same for the survival game, but I'd be out of that because I didn't survive. Yeah, I mean, I guess, if you had to pick one, that's fair. Though I don't think people usually die on the survival shows. They just have to be miserable and partially starving for a little while. So Keaton is, I think I've mentioned this to you all before, Keaton's a huge fan of Survivor, and he's watched most, if not all, of the show that's ever been produced. He could tell you about every single season, just diehard fan. And he told me about like the fact that they really are starving most of the time on that show. Like it's not put on or anything. Like they're roughing it out there. So yeah, that would be hard. And William says, "Dating show, I feel it has a little more reality mixed in. In fact, there was one specific dating show years ago I would have honestly jumped at the opportunity to join had I auditioned." Which show was that? And Roxanne says, "Dating show, I would be a public menace for the drama." That's funny. And Christina, hi Christina. Christina says, "Hi Alex, hi chat. I'm hoping to finish an Echo in Time by Boo Walker in the first sprint or two. We will see though." Oh, well, good luck. I'm glad you get to hang out during this one. Normally you're just kind of popping in, so that's cool. And you said, "Remember to hydrate, check the laundry, and wrap the like button up with some more coziness too." Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm not doing any laundry tonight. Woohoo. For me, there's just been there's just been so much stuff going on this week. I feel like this month is absolutely crazy. I actually got to the point where I was so stressed about the number of things I had in my head that I was afraid I like would forget to do, that I made a list in my notebook called obligations. And I have a timeline date for every single thing so that I don't miss it. And all of this is for December. So I don't know, hoping I can get it all done without stressing myself out too badly. And Heidi says, "Oh, Alex, watch Michael Kist's latest short. I think he loved the V.E. Schwab book you picked up, the Era 2 book. You mean the one that I picked up on accident and I started reading in the wrong order?" But yeah, okay, that sounds cool. Thank you. And Nicole says, dating and survival show, aren't those basically the same thing nowadays? Oh, well, you have a point there. That's true. I mean, anything, I guess, where you can get voted off, right? And you said, I'll say survival because I don't think my husband would be happy with me on a dating show. I would be miserable on a dating show. I mean, even if I wasn't with Keaton, which I'm very happy to have found him. But that sounds like my worst nightmare. I would rather be starving and cold in the woods for like a week or two than I would being on a dating show in any capacity. And Robert says dating slash survival. Isn't that the same thing? I'll go with survival. Hello, room. And hello to you too, Robert. Welcome. Robert says I'm currently reading Satan Tangobi. What? Satan Tangobi? I don't know what that is. Oh, you said Satan Tango. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. I hope that that's fun. That sounds interesting. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Good to see you. You said, hi, everyone. Like you, Alex, I've been a bit of a reading slump. I'm still reading Hercule Poirot's Christmas from last week. And you know what? That's totally okay. I'm already very happy with where I'm at in the year, and I don't know about you, Angela, but I have officially read more books this year than any other year in my life. And so I'm looking at the end of this year, and I obviously have other things I want to read. I'm going to be getting to Devolution. I'm going to hopefully get through these other books that I'm reading, but I'm not pushing myself too hard just because this is one of the busiest times of year for everybody. And it's like I've already accomplished a lot, even if I didn't hit the reading goal I specifically set for myself, because I set it like higher. Like I was really trying to, go for gold, if you will, this year. But I've already passed what I did last year, so it's okay. We'll just vibe for the rest of the year. It's a hard time. There's a lot going on. Just enjoy your life. And you said a shipment of 6 Christmas books arrived today, so I better get cracking. Man, that's a lot of Christmas books, but I hope that they're fun. I hope that they're kind of like a lighthearted entertainment. And you said, I'd rather be on a dating show. That might be fun. Okay. And Robert says, Nicole, dating and survival show, aren't those basically the same thing nowadays? We agree. Yeah, that's fair. And Faye says, I was just sorting through my Christmas ornaments for that sprint. Nice. That was something that Keaton and I did this week, is we put up and decorated our Christmas tree together. It was our first year where we both were involved with the putting up and decorating of the tree. So I was really excited about that. And Nicole says, LOL, Robert. Denise says, read 25 pages on page 250. Nice. So we both hit 25. And Ron says 17 pages of The City in Glass with my attention split between it and a salad. Ah, very nice. I don't know what Keaton and I are going to have for dinner tonight. I haven't talked to him about it. We have some stuff to make some grilled cheese and tomato soup, so it may or may not end up being that. I might eat ramen. I don't know. And Andrew said, read 2 chapters. I would rather be on a survival show as I like the outdoors, camping, and fishing. Very fair. I also like those things. And Faye says, I've been trying to crochet or craft most of my presents this year, but I guess nobody realized that because I've been having to make things for other family members' gifts for people first. No. Oh, that's brutal. I hope that they're at least like paying you to do that, because the time and the skill and everything that takes, it's one thing if you're doing it as a gift, but they're asking you to do it, they better be giving you some type of like commission. You said everyone's been like, you're graduated now. Congrats. Hey, can you do me a favor? That's terrible. Shame on them. And Oki says, thank you, Alex. He passed away on the 27th of November. I was able to see him a few times before that, though. I'm really glad to hear that. You sounds like you have really good memories of your brother, and you two had a nice relationship, and that's always a positive thing, too. William says that show was Dating in the Dark. Physical attraction is important for first meetings. What if we can take that away and just judge on personality alone? I feel like I've heard of a show like that. I don't know if it was the same one, but yeah, that is very interesting. Fun fact, there is a restaurant, at least it used to exist. I don't know if it still does, but you get to experience eating dinner as if you were blind. So they actually hire blind staff both to lead you in, and they're the people who serve you because obviously they're not impacted by walking around in the dark. And you sit at a table and you dine with other guests, and all the food and your drinks and everything are served to you in complete darkness, and you have to figure out how to eat and interact with everybody. And supposedly it's a very interesting experience. So I don't know, I thought that sounded pretty unique, and I would definitely try it if I ever had the opportunity. And Faye says, reading sprints have worked their magic on you, Alex. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad to hear that. I want a little bit of magic. And Denise says, thankfully, I pretty much avoided the whole dating scene. I've been married since I was 19. There you go. Yeah, I didn't start, I didn't have my first like true boyfriend for like in my adult life until I was 21. And I didn't enjoy dating. And so I dated him only for a couple months, and then I was single again until I met Keaton. And I was 25 when I met him. So I really didn't have much experience dating at all, but I got really lucky in meeting him because we just really hit it off and understand one another. Because I don't, this is gonna sound so bad. I like most people as people. I don't like almost anybody romantically. So I was very lucky in meeting Keaton because he's like the only person I think I could be attracted to in that way. And Denise said, I had grilled cheese for lunch. I really want pizza, but don't want to go get it. Could you have it delivered? They'll bring it to you. And Faye says, yes, don't worry. They're paying me, but I'm running out of time. Yeah, I get that. Because when you make stuff by hand, you end up realizing just how time consuming it is. And I know that you make stuff that's way more complicated than stuff that I make. So, I can only imagine how much time you're having to put into that. Robert says, hashtag Keaton delivery. I'm going with Philly cheesesteak. That actually doesn't sound too bad. He did. He went to Panera yesterday because I saw a commercial for, they made like new ciabatta dippers, and they had one that was a French dip and one that was like a chicken pesto with like some type of like spicy tomato sauce. And Keaton and I each got one, and then the sandwiches were cut in half and we shared. So we got to try each sandwich. And I will tell you right now that my French dip recipe is way better than Panera's. Now, I love their French onion soup. My favorite thing to get there is French onion soup in a bread bowl. It's amazing. But my French dip would beat the crap out of theirs any day of the week. And Roxanne says, maybe you were thinking of the show Love is Blind. Yes. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That sounds right. I never watched it, but that sounds familiar. Thank you. And we've gotten to the end of the conversing part, if you will. So please let me know if you would like to do 30 or 45 minutes for the next sprint, and I will get that set up for all of us. And I also will have to get you all your next question, which is going to be, this is going to sound super weird, but I promise there's a reason I'm asking this. Have you ever had someone in an MLM, a pyramid scheme, try to sell you something? So examples of that would be like Mary Kay, Pampered Chef, Usborne Books. I'm trying to think of another one. That Beachbody company. I'm really curious to hear if any of you all have had experiences with that. And Faye says, I've never dated agoraphobe. That's fair. Completely fair and valid. And Denise said, I'm too cheap to have it delivered. I need a small pizza. The fee and trip would cost as much as the pizza. That's very fair. And I can completely understand that as well. I almost never order pizza out. And I remember when I was living alone, at my last apartment, I ordered one and I really had to justify that cost because I ordered a Papa John's and I got like a medium pizza. And it was just for me. And I remember, paying, it was probably by the end of it somewhere around $30 for that pizza just for me. It's like, oh my God, that's brutal. I don't remember when I was a kid pizzas being that expensive. They probably were still expensive, but I don't remember them being that bad. And you said 45. All right, perfect. And Nicole said, wait, those are all pyramid schemes. Oh, and Faye says, LOL, Nicole. Yeah, they're all terrible. So do let me know. I'm curious to hear what you all have to say. I'm gonna go ahead and put 45 minutes up on the clock. I don't really know which book I'm gonna dive into. I don't know if I'm gonna go back into Life After Life or not, but we shall see. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read a little bit more in my Life After Life. I'm at another armistice section, officially on is it 91. And then I worked on a little bit more of my current knitting project. You guys probably can't see it, or you might be able to see the stitches. I'm doing a pattern called a mosaic stitch, which is like a 20 round repeat, and it's been really fun. I've been enjoying it a lot, and I really like this yarn. It's called Serengeti, which I think is a fun and pretty name for a very pretty yarn. But before we left, I asked you all the question of, have you ever had someone in an MLM, a pyramid scheme, try to sell you something, Mary Kay, Pampered Chef, Usborne, etc.? And the reason why I was asking this is because I've been learning about MLMs for a while. Like I just have these channels that I go and I do deep dives about learning about these different MLMs, and I know like a lot about the way that MLMs are structured, and I hate the entire practice of MLMs, and just like finding out about all of the crazy products and stuff that people sell is just wild to me. But I was thinking today about, well, has anybody ever tried to sell me anything in an MLM? And I realized there were two people in my life who had. One of them was a second cousin who was part of a wine MLM. And she was one of those people who apparently got pretty high up in the company and started making a lot of money. And they would like pay for her to go to trips overseas and stuff. So it kind of tells you how many people that she had in her downline. And then another one was a girl that I went to college with, and she got sucked in. And it was sad because I like wanted to tell her so badly, because I knew at that time what an MLM was, because I went to school for business. And I just like wanted to steer her clear of it, but she got into Mary Kay and she was sucked into it because the lady who recruited her was one of the people driving one. What did they get, like a pink Cadillac or something? She's like, yeah, like I might be able to do that one day. She started trying to get me to go to all of those like Mary Kay parties and tried to sell me stuff. And it's like, I'm a college student. I don't have a full-time job to go and buy this stuff, not to mention the fact that I didn't want to buy any of that material anyway. But yeah, so I've had two different people do that, and I never bought anything. So let's see what you all had to say. I have to go back here and figure out where we stopped. Let's see. Angela said, does anyone remember Chuck Woolery, who hosted The Love Connection? He just passed away last week. I love that show. I never watched that, but I'm sorry to hear he passed away. I'm hoping he lived a long life if it was an older show. And William said, my aunt was in Herbalife. Oh, that's another big one. Yeah, Herbalife. She sold me some protein shakes. Most were disgusting, but the coffee flavored one was okay, I guess. Oh, you gave her like a little bit of money there for like a small fraction of the commission. That's a crazy thing about pyramid schemes is people who get into them, if you're down at the bottom, there is everybody else above you who's taking a cut of your profit, which is the reason why all of the materials are so overpriced. If you didn't know, like if you ever wondered why most of the products that they sell seem really cheap and crappy, it's because they don't take a lot to manufacture, but then they have to mark them up so much so that every single person gets a cut of like whatever the person down here is selling. It's terrible. And Heidi said, I missed the chat. No, I definitely bought Mary Kay Cosmetics and Avon when I was younger, but never sold it. Are Girl Scout cookies a scheme? Girl Scout cookies are not an MLM, at least, but I would definitely say I don't really like the practice of selling Girl Scout cookies either. I've bought some of those in my life, but I mostly just get kind of creeped out like when the parents and the kids are just staked out at the local grocery stores and they just walk up to every person asking if you want boxes. I'm like, please don't accost me about cookies. It's like most people who really like Girl Scout cookies, they want to buy them anyway. You don't have to ask, but they're trained to do that. It's like, what are you trying to raise a generation of salespeople? Like, it's not oh, I don't like that. I don't like having kids go and need to do that. Much like how when I was growing up, I had to do fundraisers for school, like for, going on trips and everything with my orchestra. We did fundraisers all the time. And I did have family members that bought stuff, and I really appreciated them for that. Like they'd buy like peanut butter bears and bread braids and summer sausages and stuff like that. But I remember even at that time, I was like, man, this stuff is really expensive. And I don't know how much of that money my orchestra actually got, but I don't think it was very much. Robert said, multi level marketing company, never interested in investment clubs. Yeah. Yeah, they call them all sorts of stuff because MLM has such a bad reputation nowadays. They'll try to call it anything other than that. Like some companies will call it like network marketing and shit like that. It's like it's all the same. Robert says, Heidi, are you here now? And William says, my wife also bought medicine with MLM labels from a shop. The store owner was a distributor. Oh, I never thought about that before of somebody who owns like a legitimate business, also being part of an MLM and putting some of their product in the store. That makes a lot of sense. I hate that. Heidi says, yes, Robert, I'm here. Sometimes I have to pay all my attention to my son and I miss a chat completely. Have you read Tad Williams, Austin Ard? What you reading today? Also, I hope Lukey is doing well. Hope that it's been a good week for you all. And Denise says, I have a ton of Princess House dishes. Have also bought some Party Life, tiara glass, Tupperware, and more. Ah, yes, Tupperware parties. That's another thing that people forget was an MLM. Like basically, if anything was ever a party, it was an MLM. I can just tell you that right now. That's crazy. I've never heard of tiara glass or Party Light. Or to be honest with you, I don't think I know anything about Princess House dishes either, but hopefully since you bought them, they're high quality. I mean, some people like, I don't know anything about Pampered Chef, but some people talk about that they actually like Pampered Chef products. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, if you're spending the money on it, I hope that you like it. I personally don't want to. Now that I know about MLMs, I would avoid them like the plague, but that's the problem is sometimes you don't know. And that was another reason I thought it'd be interesting to talk about this because if you all didn't know, there's an MLM for books, and that's the one that I marked on there called Usborne, that USBORNE company. And what's crazy about them is they're actually a British company, and then they kind of migrated some of their business over to the United States. But they started out being a legitimate book publisher. So they didn't originate as an MLM, which isn't normal for most multi level marketing companies. And what they did is they opened it up for people to be able to sell books that their company publishes, and it turned into a pyramid scheme. And the crazy thing is, like most MLMs, the only way for you to get the product that they sell is to buy it from the MLM. Well, in the case of Usborne, they're selling books that you can actually buy on Amazon. And you can actually get them at Barnes and Noble and other places. And those other retailers are selling them for less than the Usborne people. And that's because, again, based off of all of the commissions. And it's like, well, then how does anybody ever sell anything? Because most people don't want to pay full price for books anymore unless it's like a brand new book that just came out. So it's just wild to me. If you can think of a type of MLM, there's probably one for that. Robert says, Heidi, I was reading Kafka short stories for a bit. I finally got private rights on my Kindle. Nice. And he says, Robert, you're lucky you can read on a Kindle. I barely can read a book before my eyes shut. I can honestly feel that really hard, Heidi. There's some days I want to sit and read and I get through like 2 pages and I feel like I'm going to fall asleep. Not if I'm super engaged and invested in a book, but if it's one I'm kind of just reading, they make me so tired. And Faye says, I think my sis-in-law used to sell stuff for one, but I'm eternally broke. Well, you know what? Use that as your excuse to never have to buy any of that stuff. So good for you. Not that sounded wrong. I'm not saying that's good to be broke. I'm sorry, Faye. That's not the way that I meant to say that. Robert says, I just got the notification that Alex went live. That's weird that it was delayed an hour and a half. And Nicole says, definitely have had some try to sell me stuff. Some of it's good, most is overpriced. Yeah, completely agree. Ron says, my mom bought some Paper Chef stuff years ago. I think it's still unopened in one of her cupboards. Oh no. That's even worse. She bought it and then didn't use it. Faye says, I read a few chapters of The Last Time I Lied, and I think I only have one left. I prefer this book to the other Riley Sagers I've read, so maybe I'll read more of his stuff. There you go. Okay, that's good. You got a win there. Lauren's here. Hi, Lauren. Lauren says, hi, Alex. I vaguely remember a knife selling scheme when I was in college. Not sure why they were targeting college students to buy and sell kitchen knives. I can tell you why, given the fact that, like I said, one of my classmates who is a friend of mine got sucked into Mary Kay. And it's because they're young, impressionable, and they have just enough money to be able to buy the startup pack costs and to be able to, be thought of as like, oh, well, you're getting out of college, and you instead of going and working for somebody, you can go into business for yourself, and you can make all of this income and live this great life, and you're going to be making so much money in your 20s. Like that's the type of stuff that they say. It's just awful. And Ron says 20 more pages done in my book. Very nice. Heidi says, I finished I Was a Teenage Slasher. Yay! And it was incredible. 4.5 stars. That was earlier this week. That's fantastic, Heidi. Good job. And Faye says, Heidi, yay! Ron says, I'm old enough to remember Chuck Woolery. Nice. Denise says, just got back from picking up my pizza. Yes, you got your pizza. Read 7 pages. And Faye says, I didn't know Avon was an MLM. It was really popular when I was a kid. I just thought Avon ladies were employees. I thought the exact same thing. And I just had another memory unlocked talking about makeup. So I had a high school friend that her mom used to sell Beauty Control, which, by the way, is a company that went bankrupt. They don't exist anymore because their MLM collapsed. And so I also thought, I was like, oh, that's what her mom does for a living, is like she just works for the sales company and sells beauty products. But then the weird thing is my mom was buying enough of it from her, but she was having to pay the full price, that she wanted to pay the wholesale price. So then my mom got into it, but she never recruited anybody. She didn't sell it to anybody but family, and it was literally just to get the discount. I don't even think she ever made any money on the product. She just sold it for whatever she bought it for. But she had to buy so much product to be able to keep her discount. And it finally got to the point where she just had it, and it wasn't ever like a massive collection of stuff. I want to be clear about that. My mom was not irresponsible with it, but she had bought enough of it that she was like, I really don't need any more of this for a while, and then got out. And it was very shortly after that the company went out of business. And yeah, so like, I guess I had a high school friend whose mom was in an MLM too. Heidi says, Faye, I want to read all his novels. His prose is so unique. And Tessa Dean's here. Hi, Tessa Dean. How are you? She says hello. Denise says, my sister and I won the contest for selling the most raffle tickets when we were in 4-H. That was back in the 70s when you went door to door to sell. Good for you. I would have died trying to do that as a kid. I would have been so awkward. And Zach says, hi, Zach. Good to see you. Hi, reading The Wedding People by Alison Espach. Is that Espach or Espach? Which I'm really enjoying so far. I've heard about The Wedding People, so I'm glad that you're liking it. Denise said 4-H, obviously not an MLM, but the Girl Scout cookies reminded me of it. Yeah. No, I think that makes perfect sense because, again, you're talking about like something that a kid is doing in order to raise money, and like legally, obviously a child can't be in an MLM. But that's the funny thing is and again, I'm sorry if I'm rambling about this. I find MLMs so awful, and that makes them fascinating. It's like cults, and some MLMs are pretty culty, to be honest. But if you ever go on any of their websites, the ones that are like, they're really shady, people will automatically assume, obviously, that they're an MLM. So they'll try to get ahead of it. And on their website, they'll put things like, is whatever company an MLM? And they'll be like, no, of course we're not. MLMs or pyramid schemes are illegal. Like we can't do that. That we can't possibly be one of those because those are illegal. And it's like, just because something is illegal doesn't mean that you're not doing it. The key there is that you have to get caught. And a lot of companies, and Beachbody, which is now just known as Body, is included in that. They started getting investigated. I think it was maybe by the Fair Trade Commission. I can't remember exactly which group, but they actually got rid of the MLM portion of their business because the entire thing was going to get shut down if they didn't. And a lot of companies end up having to get that. And so it's like they have to get so big to be under enough scrutiny for them to either change their ways or just completely go out of business. It's wild. William said, I remember one distributor trying to recruit me. He did not even mention the product they were selling or on our first meeting. Long story for meeting more than once. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, so that goes to show you that it really isn't about the product. It's all just about how many people you can get. And Zach says there's also blitz marketing, which is also why most YouTube sponsors are shady and overpriced. I kind of hate YouTube sponsors, to be honest with you. I don't think I'll ever be big enough that anybody's ever going to try to sponsor me, which I'm totally fine with. But I don't know of any brand that I've seen that I would want to accept money from. Like, you see the same ones over and over again, and people always talking about, like, oh, well, I love this and I love that. And hell, even the YouTube channels that talk about multi-level marketing, they have like brand partners and stuff that they work with. And it weirds me out when every video you go and, you're seeing a different one and they're talking about how great it is and how much they use it. And it's like, how have you been using all of these products? And that that's something worth advertising to people. It's like, really, it's just that it's a company that's giving you money and you received a product probably for free, but other people are going to have to pay for it. And it might not be worth it if you have to actually spend money on that item. The only thing I was ever a part of or ever bought that has been in a YouTube marketing is HelloFresh. And I didn't join because of YouTube. I joined because I wanted to try meal prep at home. And I did that for a long time and I liked it. But I ended up stopping it just because of just how much stuff it was that I was getting. And I might end up joining again, like sometime later on down the road. But that's the only thing. I can't think of any other product I ever bought because of a YouTuber. And Angela says, I've sold Tupperware, Sarah Coventry jewelry, party light candles, Avon gold candles, and Scentsy. I also got invited to tons of coworkers' parties. I always felt obligated to purchase. Well, so are you saying, Angela, that you don't sell any of those anymore? Like, have you gotten out of it, or do you still have a brand that you do sell? And the whole obligation absolutely is part of the model, right? It's like, because if you host a party and, you're providing food and drinks and the time to show everybody these products, of course, you're going to make people feel obligated to buy stuff, and they're going to make you feel obligated to buy stuff. So, unfortunately, the guilt is part of the gimmick, and it makes perfect sense. And William says, on another note, are you on any loyalty schemes, frequent flyer, buy 5, get 1 free, etc.? No, I am not. I guess I've been a part of companies that, like, you can give them your phone number and you can earn points, but I never really shop anywhere enough to earn anything. The most that I have for like a credit card is cash back, for example, which isn't a scheme. It's just like I make my regular purchases and I get money back on that. So yeah, but are you, William? Are you part of any of those loyalty programs? And Christina says, was into my book and almost missed the chat. Have about 30 minutes left. Nice. Tessa Dean says, we sold candy and Girl Scout cookies. All right, nice. Angela says, no, I don't sell anything anymore. It's been 30 years since those days. Well, honestly, you got out at a good time, because there's like so much hate about MLMs today, especially with social media. I know it was way more normalized back then because people didn't assume that anything was insidious. And so, like, I don't blame somebody for having gotten involved in an MLM. I think the main problem are the people who know how to scheme the system. So, for example, like a new if like a new MLM was going to be opening up today, there are people who know that if you get in early and you start advertising, you're going to end up being one of the people who makes a lot of money because since you got in early, you're going to have a huge downline after you. And so people, they're wise to that, right? So it's not that people really want to be part of an MLM. It's not that they believe in a product. It's that they know how to make money off of people, and so they'll look around for the companies that don't already have a bunch of recruiters, consultants, whatever you want to call it, and they just go for those. It's just such an insidious process. And Jessica's here. Hi, Jessica. Jessica says, "Boo, hey stranger, was really busy with NetGalley. No, oh, is it NetGalley November? But I'm back reading Assistant to the Villain. Nice. Well, I'm happy that you're here. Welcome back." And Nicole says, "Girl Scout cookies are the best scheme ever." I need to find a dealer here. Yeah, well, you know what? At least they taste good. There you go. They says, "I'm in the points program for Book Outlet, and I don't even care that they're making me buy 1,000,000 books to get a couple free. Insert take my money meme here." Yeah, just Fry holding out his money. Angela says, "Yeah, the internet didn't even exist then, if only." Hey, we live and we learn, so I get it. I'm just happy you're not in any of them anymore. Because I guess that would make me sound really harsh if there's anybody in here who is part of one of those groups. And I just want you to know that I don't think that you're a bad person. If you are or have ever been in an MLM, they are schemes for a reason. Like people get suckered into them. Like that doesn't make you a bad person. I just want to be very clear about that. And William says, "My dad gave away his last frequent flyer miles to me after COVID so I could get a long delayed vacation. I did get a McDonald's card where you get a stamp for every cappuccino bought." You know what? That's not bad though. It's like because that's the thing, if you're already going to be buying something and you can get one for free later, like that's great. The problem comes when somebody's like, "Oh, what if you buy this thing that you had no intention of ever buying or you didn't need it before?" And you're like, "Oh, but I could get a free one if I just keep buying this item." I think that's when it could be a problem. Frequent flyer miles are interesting to me because I've never had a credit card that worked like that. Some people swear by it. Like if you have to travel for work and you're on a plane all the time and then you could like pay for your family to go on a vacation. Like I know people who do that, all their points that they earn from work, they were able to pay for flights and a hotel for their family and stuff like that. Like that's really nice. I don't do that. Like it's very rare that I fly anywhere. So having some sort of like travel rewards thing would be pointless for me. It would be better for me to just like use cash back, right? If that's ever something I wanted to do. Zach says, "I don't watch Max Miller anymore because he said Vitter ramen was good, but it's one of the nastiest things ever." Yeah, you can't trust people like that, Zach. And Jessica says, "We have loyalty cards here. Almost every coffee place has them. Free coffee after 10 purchases." Yeah, I mean, join in with your phone number. And I get text message from there's a company here that they'll be like, "Hey, we got this latest thing." And it's like, I don't know how many years it's going to be before I earn my free coffee, but yeah, I totally understand. And you all can please let me know. Thank you for I was going to say thank you for the conversation because you all did provide great like notes and chats and everything. But I also recognize that I was just rambling this entire time. So more than anything, thank you for listening to me and my TED talk about MLMs. But please let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be, so we can do 30 or 45 minutes. And Nicole said, "My dad used his Discover card for cashback so frequently they actually changed the rule of use." Oh my gosh. Wow. Your dad and like other select people had figured out the system and they had to change it because Discover then wasn't making enough money. That's so funny. Heidi said, "Jessica, we have that with manicures." Manicures do that too? Dang. Jessica says, "At my work, we have a loyalty card here. Spend $10, get a stamp. Once the card is filled, you get $10 off your next purchase." Nice. Denise is laughing. Yeah, me and my rambles. I always ramble too much. And Jessica said 45. 45, it shall be then. Okay, so on a completely different topic, I'll give you all a different question. And let's see here. Now that we're heading into the holidays, I'm really curious. How do you feel about receiving gift cards as a gift? I feel like this is a very controversial take. I don't know if I talked or asked this question last year, but we have new people, so I still think it's a fair question, even if I did. Jessica says, I waited ages to put that on. What's going on, team? And here we go. I got 45 minutes up on the clock. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy productivity and reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did during that sprint. I talked to my friend Cody on the phone for a little bit while I was knitting. Keaton got home. I chatted with him. I ate dinner. Barker got a lot of fries. And then I proceeded to mess up an entire 70 stitch row, and I have to undo all of them. But fortunately, it's not going to take me that long to undo them. It's totally okay. It's not the end of the world. I'm just a little bummed. I was reading the wrong row of my pattern. Love it when that happens. But anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, how do you feel about receiving gift cards as a gift? In my family, this is like a very, very controversial topic because certain members of my family, like my grandma Julie, hate giving gift cards, and other members of my family really enjoy them. So it kind of just depends. Let's see. Angela said, my favorite ice cream shop has a loyalty card. You better believe I'm there for that. Yeah, well, if you're there all the time, absolutely. And Faye says, I love getting gift cards. People seem to find me hard to shop for. Is it because you have so many hobbies? Is it because you buy the things that you want for yourself? Or is it that they don't know you well enough to buy you a gift that you would like? And Heidi says, I have hockey games starting soon to watch. I'll probably watch the rest of the chats on replay. Happy reading to everybody. Well, enjoy your hockey game, Heidi. That sounds like fun. And Nicole said, gift cards are better than giving me a book I don't want to read. Very true. So very true. My family, I will give them credit. They never try to buy me books like that I haven't specifically requested because they don't know necessarily whether it's something I already own or if I want to read that. They would always check with me first. So that's pretty cool. Jessica says, I love gift cards. It's easier to buy what you want. Actually, cash is the best thing because then I'm not limited to a store, but gift cards are the next best thing. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I personally do enjoy, like, nobody is ever obligated to give me gifts. We actually have certain rules with specific family members that we just don't exchange because trying to find something to buy or getting something unnecessary or just spending the money, it's like you could save it, and just spend time with one another. And a lot of my family does that. Like we just spend time with one another. But there's another part of my family where everybody always gets gifts. But I'm happy to say that we're kind of scaling back on the amount of gifts. Like people might get like 1 to 2 things from a person instead of like a whole stack of stuff, unless you're talking about like my youngest cousin who's 11. She typically gets quite a few toys. But the rest of us, like, just don't have a lot of necessary stuff. But anytime I've ever received cash, like that's always a great gift, right? And Tessa Dean says, I like gift cards if they're for something I care for. Otherwise, what's the point? I love Amazon gift cards, Walmart also. All right, nice. And I can agree with you. You don't want a gift card to a place you don't go. And today says, Barnes & Noble gift cards are my favorite gift to receive. I also get a $50 Barnes & Noble card every Christmas from my granddaughter who loves to read. Then we go shopping together. That's so cute. I love that so much. We get her plenty of gifts to open too. Aw, that's adorable. And Tessa Dean says, I was approved for the power wheelchair. Congratulations. That's great. That will be so helpful. My arms and back are killing me in addition to the problems I had the wheelchair for. Oh, because you're having to like use the force to wheel yourself around. I'm sorry you're dealing with that, but I'm really happy that you're approved for your wheelchair. How long is it going to take you to get that? And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Good to see you. She says, hi, Alex, and hi, everyone. Hello to you, too. And Faye says, finished the last time I lied. 4 stars. Very nice. That's great. And JB says, I don't mind gift cards from people who are not great at picking gifts I can actually use or like. Even better, though, if they're packaged with something nice like chocolate or something inexpensive. It's amazing how simple, like, giving chocolate can be such a nice treat for something. Like, I love to receive candy and food gifts as well. Jamie says, I love that my brother likes to give Goodwill gift cards for Christmas. I can make $25 stretch a lot at a thrift shop. That is so true. And a really cool idea. I've never received a Goodwill gift card, but that's something I could definitely use. And Ron said, I like gift cards as long as they are to a place I can find things I want. Yeah, absolutely. William says that there was a film I saw once where two jobless weed enthusiasts lie about having a job. When people ask them for specifics, they say it's complex. Zach says gift cards are usually the best option. I almost never get anything I want to end up with things I have no idea what to do with. That makes sense. I feel really guilty whenever I'm given a gift that when I open it, I'm like, oh, I don't really know like what I'm going to use this for. And I end up holding on to stuff for a really long time before I give it away. It's like it has to pass a certain threshold. It's arbitrary. I don't know what it is, and it depends on each item, but it has to pass a certain threshold of me having it and not using it before I'm like, okay, I think it's okay for me to get rid of this. And Angel says gift cards, love them. Zach says, last year I had good ideas for my sister's birthday. Don't have any ideas this year. Got her a diamond painting light board. Real gift. That sounds cool. Black toilet paper. Crayola lip balm. That's fun. Pickle popsicles, Joe gift. I would eat the shit out of pickle popsicles. I want to find out if we have any of those around here. Though technically, I know that I could make them at home because I found out that you can buy like jugs of pickle juice. I feel like we've talked about this, but I could turn them into my own homemade popsicles. It sounds like heartburn city, but also extremely delicious. Robert said gift cards are fine, but you always remember the gift someone took the time to invest thought in what you're interested in. Oh, I completely agree. And whenever I buy people gifts, because again, if you're only giving somebody one gift, you want it to be something special. I do put a lot of thought into the gifts that I give people. I don't tend to buy just like arbitrary stuff, and a lot of it ends up being custom for that reason. Like I've bought custom painted shoes for a friend before. Last year for my mama, I bought her a cutting board. She uses it as decoration. She doesn't actually cut on it, which is fine. But it's a cutting board with me and my two cousins, our names, and then our birth month flower, and it says Mema's Kitchen on it. And she really loved that gift. And the year that I made a scarf for my grandma Julie out of yarn that I both spun, well, I should say, because it's more than just two things. I spun it, I dyed it, and then I knitted it, and that was like a really special thing for her. And for her birthday last year, we got her a painting. Like we actually had an artist paint it for her of her dog Noelle, who had passed away. And it was a really nice portrait picture and stuff like that. I completely agree with you, is very meaningful. I actually have an image over there that my cousin has, an artist who's a friend, and she made an artistic rendering of my three dogs that I've had in my life, one of whom obviously is Barker. But yeah, so I agree with you that if somebody knows you well enough to be able to buy you a really great gift, I think that's cool. But unfortunately, a lot of times with consumerism, people don't really take the time. They're kind of just trying to get something for the sake of giving a gift. And I think that that's a bigger problem and something I also find really unnecessary. I don't like that very much. Robert says that made sense in my head. I got you. And Nicole says, yay, finished Candide. Very well done. Ron says 22 more pages. Whoop, whoop. Faye says, I did some crochet. Very nice. Said Nicole, yay, Candide. I love it. Faye says, I don't think anybody knows me very well. I make a Christmas list every year, but I still get random stuff I didn't ask for. Jeez, that's rough. I'm sorry, Faye. Christina says, I finished my book, loved it. Now starting the Christmas book hunt by Jenny Colgan. That sounds cute, Christmas book hunt. And Denise said, read 14 pages. My sister called on page 273. Very nice. And Christina says, yay for finishing, Nicole. And Angela says, gift cards are okay, but they can't replace the excitement found in opening a wrapped gift. Very fair. Denise says, I give my sons and my daughter-in-law cash for birthdays and Christmas. That's nice. And Jessica says, my grandma, bless her, would often get me vouchers to a clothing store that I never go to. She usually does cash for birthdays, though. That's interesting. I imagine, sorry, I don't know when my voice started being funny. I imagine that it's probably for a store that doesn't really have anything in your style. That would be hard to just like need to buy something or just let the gift card sit there. And Tezadine says, if they're right, I should have the chair around Christmas time. Oh, good. That's amazing. That'll be quite soon. Be here before you know it. And Barker's visiting again. He was staring at me very intensely because he loves McDonald's French fries and he will not leave me alone for as long as they are nearby. He did get some, though. And Angel said, I heard that there are pickle flavored puff balls, like the cheese balls. Hoping to get my hands on someday. That sounds pretty good. I've had pickle flavored popcorn, which honestly wasn't super great, but I was happy to have tried it for the novelty. I really like popcorn. It was so weird. So, you all know the Cracker Jack, where it's, the popcorn that's got the kind of caramel candy coating on it. I would eat that sometimes when I was a kid, but I was never really a huge fan of it. And I always stayed away from it as an adult. Like, if anybody had it as a snack, I would eat it, but I would never willingly buy it. But I really love the cheese, popcorn. Well, one of my property managers, she gave us a gift, and it was like little bags of intermixed cheese and like that caramel popcorn. And I was eating it because I was really hungry one day. And I was like, oh my gosh, since when does this caramel popcorn taste so good? It was like addictive. And I don't know if it was the brand that she had or if my taste buds have changed. It's probably that my taste buds have changed. But now I feel like I need to go to the store and just buy a bunch of popcorn. I loved it. Christina said, we always make the family gifts. We buy some things for our kids, but we think some things that are useful. But we think about things that are useful to make. Sorry, I misread that. It's fun for us to do Santa workshop and then to see them open them. I love that. That's adorable. Nicole says, thanks, guys. You're welcome. Jessica says, going to switch to Faybound audio. My eyes aren't working today. I can get that. Christina says, my favorite part of Christmas birthdays is watching people open the gifts I made for them. Yeah, that is always really special. Like, it's cool when you've got a custom gift or something that you've bought for somebody, but when you've actually made it, it's that much better. I remember my anticipation at watching my grandma Julie open up her scarf, and I about melted just sitting there waiting for her to open it. And she started crying when she saw it, and I was telling her about it, and then I got all choked up. And Christina says, hi, Jessica. And Jessica says, yeah, no, not my style. It's for an older demographic, and there's nothing that fits properly in that store. That's rough. I'm sorry. And it stinks because you can't exchange it for cash. And Jessica says, hi, Christina. Christina says, are we hydrating? It's funny you say that because I'm sitting here and my lips are super dry because of eating those fries. So I will take a drink really quick. Ah, that is better. That's a lot better. Whew. Thank you. And Andrew said, fiddle faddle is the bomb. Fiddle faddle. And Christina says, caramel popcorn is good, but Cracker Jacks are not like they used to be. All you get is like a fake tat, and they're usually stale. Other brands are fresher and taste better. Maybe that's what it is then, is like I just stayed away from the caramel popcorn because the Cracker Jack boxes were what I grew up, like if we ever had that kind of popcorn, that's what it was. And I really didn't enjoy it all that much. So I think this season I might go and just buy some like actual bags of it and see how it goes. Though that might end up being a problem. It might be like crack. I don't know. Zach says, I heard Costco has new Reese's popcorn that's really good. Ho ho. Oh, there was this really sweet thing. There's something I appreciated this week that was completely unexpected. There was a department that I help out with a lot of their different events and stuff. My job is, I have a very strange job. It's quite complex with like the number of things that I handle. But anyway, we have all these different departments, and they were having their own Christmas party. So, like, obviously, I'm not part of that. Well, they came up to me after the fact. There was one of the employees, and she goes, hey, we saved this prize just for you as a thanks for all that you do throughout the year. And it was a really nice gift. It was a cast iron skillet that came with a Reese's cookie mix. So like you're supposed to make this giant cookie in this cast iron skillet. And I was just floored by the fact that they gave me that. One, I'm really excited for the cookie, but two, cast iron that's a nice gift to receive. And so Keaton loves cast iron and he knows how to take care of it. And actually, the one cast iron other than the one we just received that we have in this house is his, and it's like his baby. So I don't mess with that, and I'm perfectly fine with that because I don't want to like accidentally unseason it or something or make it rust. But he's gonna end up seasoning it, and I'll make the cookie for us and get some like vanilla ice cream. Anyway, that was just something I appreciated, like the fact that people even thought of me and were like, "Hey, we wanted to save this for you." That was really nice. Denise said, "The Better Made Detroit mixed popcorn is a cheese caramel combo. It's so good." Yeah, that sounds bomb. Robert says, "Would you rather have pickle flavored cottage cheese or avocado licorice?" You know, that's kind of a difficult question. I know it's supposed to be because you're trying to make it gross, but I'm really thinking about it because if you put like pickle juice in cottage cheese, I imagine that probably is pretty solid because I always put salt and pepper on my cottage cheese anyway, and vinegar's like, really salty. So that might be good. And I hate the taste of regular licorice, but I love avocado. So if it was avocado licorice, it might actually be good. But I'm gonna go with the pickle flavored cottage cheese. If it's pickle flavored, I'm probably gonna go for it. And Faye says, "For years, I've made a Christmas ornament for each of my aunts every year." That's so nice. Recently, my dad mentioned it to one, and she said she makes those. They didn't know. They're cursive good crafting, I guess. That is so nice, Faye, and that's honestly a huge compliment that they thought that that came from a store. That's so cool. Jessica says, "But I think I'd rather vomit, Robert." And Christina says, "LOL, Jessica." William says, "Speaking of popcorn, Dad once warned me against burnt instant popcorn. Says they're carcinogens, something about carbon mixing with the other stuff added into the mix." I've never heard that, but to be honest with you, I don't make the habit of burning my popcorn because I never ever follow the popcorn setting on a microwave. I did that like once or twice when I was young, and I recognized that that was not the way to do it. So I always just follow the directions on the package, and then I don't have any burnt pieces. Zach says pickled cottage cheese sounds dope. Thank you. Yeah. And Christina says, "I love those cast iron kits. You can reuse them for more cookies or whatever they came with, but the size is perfect for fried egg." That's exactly what I was thinking of. It's like, yeah, I'm going to use it for the cookie and then I'll use it for breakfast. And since the other cast iron skillet, the nice big one, is Keaton's, I get the little tiny one. That's mine. And Nicole says, "Candide is great, and I've officially dubbed Voltaire the Cobra Kai of satire." No mercy. That's awesome. I have yet to read Voltaire, but if I did read I'm so sorry. If I did read Voltaire, it would be Candide. And Nicole says, "Jessica, LOL." And Angel says, "Robert, I'll take the avocado licorice, but I do eat my cottage cheese with Fritos." That sounds good. Yeah, that's solid. I mean, I don't think that pickled cottage cheese is any weirder than people who serve it with pineapple. Like that was something as a kid I always I okay. I don't know if this is weird or not. I would get the cottage cheese with the pineapple, but I would take the pineapple off and I would eat the pineapple separate from the cottage cheese because I didn't want the two flavors mixing together. Still don't want the two flavors mixing together. Harper says angel cottage cheese and peach ice cream for me. Okay, that might be a little much. Angel says, "I went to a restaurant that made avocado ice cream. Yummy." That sounds really good too. Like I would totally try that. And it says, "Oh, sounds good." And Christina says, "That is what we did last year and we're doing this year, Faye. Last year they were quilted, this year crochet, but everyone is getting an ornament." That's so charming. You know what? I might do that next year. I really hope that I'll remember that because I think that that's such a nice idea for a gift. And Zach says, "If you want something nice for Keaton, he probably like a high carbon steel frying pan. They aren't popular in the US, but they're awesome." I've never heard of those. So I'll have to look into that. Is that kind of like those? Is that like the kind that Gordon Ramsay talks about? What the hell is that brand called? It's not Ninja, right? I don't remember what those are called, but it's got like the hexagon plating on them. I did buy him his gift already this year, though. I bought him his because he kept talking about something, and then I got it for him, and I went, "Hey, I already got your present this year. It's something you've been wanting." And he was super confused, which is hilarious. And he's like, "I don't remember saying I wanted anything." And I'm like, "Well, good. Then he's forgotten he said it, and it'll be a surprise when he opens his gift." And Nicole says, "Ooh, avocado ice cream." Jessica says the act of burning any food introduces carcinogens, but we love burnt food, meat mostly, in our family. Oh, I don't want burnt meat. I'm on the far opposite side of the spectrum, Jessica. I eat my steaks blue. I feel like I've probably mentioned that, but just in case people don't know, that's basically where it's still mooing. I inherited that from my dad. My mom's disgusted by the fact that I like that, but it's just a preference. My mom used to always order my steaks when we went out to restaurants, and she ordered them medium rare, and so that was the only way I thought steaks were cooked when I was a small child. And then my dad started like getting steaks and having me try his, and then I would try to order them that way when I went out to a restaurant with my mom, and she would freak out. She was so angry. It took a long time for me to convince her, like, I'm allowed to order my own food the way that I want, Mom. It's kind of funny. Angela says, my cousin eats Doritos and cottage cheese every single day. What kind of Doritos, though? Is it the cheddar kind, or is it the ranch kind, or like a spicy flaming Dorito? I feel like I need to know what flavor. And faces, Christina, nice. I try to switch it up each year too. Nice. And Andrew said hexclad. Thank you. Yes, that makes sense that they're hexclad because they got the hexagon pattern. And Faye says, this year I'm making crocheted snowflakes and stars. Aw, that's great. Zach says they're similar to cast iron. They aren't like the hexclad pans. Okay. I'll look into those because I'm curious what that is. Andrew said, no more stainless steel. And Christina says, my son wants us to start up a store, so he actually made most of the quilted ones. He wants to try and sell them at some point. You can try an Etsy shop or something, or go to like a craft fair. That might be fun. I think that's a really cool idea. And Andrew, more to your point, I don't know what you mean by no more stainless steel, but there's like a whole movement right now with people where they're trying to go back to having stainless steel cookware, but it's always like way more expensive to get, just like when it doesn't have any coatings or anything on it. I don't know why. It just is. William says pure carbon, on the other hand, helps with indigestion. There are black carbon tablets for that. Well, carbon is also used for if you were to eat something toxic. So like I've had dogs that, like Barker, for example, if he's eaten something he's not supposed to, and we're worried that it could be toxic, vets will give injections like in their mouth of carbon, and it like absorbs stuff through their digestive tract. And I don't want to jinx anything. I'm going to say this as a joke only. He's bulletproof. He's got a bulletproof stomach, that one. He eats everything possible. It's the most terrifying thing in the world, but we do everything we can to keep stuff out of his reach, because if he can put it in his mouth, he very well might. And Andrew says, I don't like carbon steel either. Cast iron is the best. Okay. Jessica says, a good char is the best. We have a medium rare, but a really hot plate. Okay. Yeah, I do know that that's a thing. I think they call it Pittsburgh style, where you sear the outside of the meat and then like you can leave the inside, whatever temperature you want it to be. I had a really good steak like that once. And Christina says, Faye, do you starch them? Angela says the cheese Doritos. Okay. Good to know. And Christina says, or glue to stiffen them, or are they just thick stitches? I think I hear my dog. Hi, Bubby. What's up? That's my boy. There's no more fries, but you can come up here and say hi. Come here. Come on up. Come here. Oh, there he is. He's going to bat me in the face with his tail. Hi, Bubby. Are you okay? You just stopping by? Okay. I'll just show you all. There he is. I know. You know you're handsome. He's such a beautiful dog. I love him. I do. I love you, little turd. I love you. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Why don't you go see Daddy? You haven't seen him all day. There you go. And Zach says there are carcinogens in microwave popcorn, but it's only really dangerous for people working in the factory. I did not know this about microwavable popcorn. That is horrifying. Denise says, my son didn't like beef growing up. I cook it well done. He discovered he loves steak when he grew up and tried medium rare. Oh, well, that's cool. You know, sometimes it takes a bit to figure out what you like. And Andrew says, I can't get the stainless to be nonstick. Yeah, so it has something, and this is me speaking as somebody who does not own stainless steel. I just have seen a bunch of videos because I follow a ton of cooking stuff on Instagram. So I've gotten stuff for stainless steel as well, people trying to show you like how to make it nonstick. And it has to be just the right temperature. And they always do it by dropping water on the pan. And I guess they say that like if it sizzles, it's not the right temperature, but like when you can get the water to bead and it just moves around. I don't know if I said that correctly, but they were saying that that's how you do it. And honestly, it sounded complicated. It sounds like something that you have to really, really practice at before it actually works. And Denise says, tried. I got you. You were talking about the steak. Yeah. Jessica says, we have activated charcoal to help with digestive things for both humans and fur babies. That's cool. Yeah, you can get those pretty inexpensively now, which is why it's so frustrating. I mean, going to the vet for anything emergency is always going to be extremely expensive, but like when they give your pet something that you know that you could have given them at home for way less, and they're charging you like over $100 or something to do that, it's like, really? Just for the fact that it's at the vet's office? Zach says, most stainless steel pans are cheap to get good ones. You have to spend money on fully encapsulated pans. Okay, didn't know that either. Never heard of a fully encapsulated pan. Thank you, honey.
Yeah, he's being restless, poor boy.
Sorry. And Christina says charcoal absorbs both from eating, drinking things, or used on skin too. Yeah, I used to have a charcoal face wash. I really loved the smell of it. I don't know if I'm sure they probably do still make those. Haven't used one in a long time. Faye says they're double-sided, two crocheted pieces stitched together so they're not floppy. That makes sense. Jessica, hi, Barker. I know. He just steals the show. Christina says, okay, cool, Faye. Zach says, one of my dog's nicknames is the Brown Bandit because she steals anything she can get. That's very accurate for Barker as well. He loves to steal dirty socks, not clean socks. He doesn't care about clean socks, only dirty socks. And he will eat any toilet paper, tissue, or napkin that is available to him, which is why in our bathrooms we had to get the trash cans that the lids close on their own. And then he figured out how to open those. And now we have to either hide the trash cans or we have to keep the bathroom doors shut. And then he started being able to eat the toilet paper off of the toilet paper roll. So if you want to leave the bathroom door open for any reason, you not only have to hide the trash can, but you also have to take the toilet paper roll and put it on the countertop for the sink so they can't get it. Oh, and you can't leave any container with milk anywhere he can get it. Because as soon as you walk out of the room, he is full face into that glass of milk. And Nicole says, yes, just risk it and burn a lot of dinners. The learning curve on stainless is fast. Oh, there you go. Okay, so you have some. That's cool. Angela says, I still use my mom's Salad Master stainless steel cookware set from the 70s. Still looks new. I can't imagine what a set costs these days. That's probably a really nice set. Funny enough, so when I moved into my first apartment, this was in 2017, my mama gave me her old set of her cookware, which was like some of that Teflon stuff, like cooking with Teflon, which I don't even know if they make that anymore. But I still have those. Like those are still the ones that I'm using, and I desperately need a new set of pans. Like I've got, or excuse me, a new set of pots. Keaton and I have gotten some new pans. But the three pots that we have are just, you can tell that they're really just beat to hell. Probably not good that we're cooking in them. I don't know if they're like releasing anything into our food with how old that they are. But that might be something that we invest in soon, is just a new set of pots. Unless like somebody in my family mysteriously buys them for Christmas, which would be a surprise. That would be something my mama would do. So we'll see. Zach says, I'm on your side with blue steaks. Woot woot! Yes. Robert says, Alex, have you seen Kay's cooking on YouTube? Yes, I have, Robert. Yes, I have. It's so the thing about her channels is I don't ever want to make fun of her because, well, one, I'm really not that person unless somebody's just an ass and they totally deserve it. But she seems like somebody who is genuinely trying to do a good job, and she just doesn't know how to cook, and yet she's trying to teach people how she cooks. So if you all haven't ever seen that, you can look up Kay's cooking. It's very low budget. She's not, it's not about the frills. Like she's just sticking a camera over her stove and just showing you what she's doing. And she makes some stuff that's pretty bad. Like one that I remember was she was making these, she was trying to do like spaghetti and meatballs, but she did it where the meatball was over a bundle of spaghetti. And she just put the spaghetti into a baking pan and didn't like pre-cook it or anything. And so like she made this dish, and her son, who's the one that is always filming, always is the one that has to take the bite on camera, and you can just hear the spaghetti he's like crunching because it was never fully cooked. It's like, oh my gosh, no. But he's so sweet to her about it. Like it's unbelievable. Like he's just so nice to his mom and tries to give like constructive feedback but be, generous with it. Anyway, yeah, I know all about that channel. I haven't watched that in a really long time though. And Christina says, we have charcoal band-aids too. I didn't know they made charcoal band-aids. Faye says, we have a dog we had a dog once who was obsessed with tissues, used or new, so we had to keep our garbage covered at all times, purses zipped, tissue boxes out of reach. Yeah, 100%. He hasn't fortunately shown an interest with anything like chewing gum, but we had a scare one day where we thought that he might have eaten a piece. He didn't. It turned out that he was totally fine. But the only type of gum that Keaton and I will ever keep is the kind that has real sugar in it, because of how dangerous xylitol is, and like some of those other fake sugars, the sugar substitutes. So like we're very careful about like not getting anything that says sugar free, just in case. We keep it out of reach, but better safe than sorry. Zach says, I've spent way too much time and money on kitchen stuff. Well, I mean, when you cook a lot, it's valuable, right? Because that's what your tools that you're using for your meals. So that's a good thing to invest in my opinion. Faye says, the ornaments I'm making are Mary Maxim Star holiday ornaments, if anyone wants to Google it to see. I absolutely do. I'm going to write that down really quick because I'm super curious. Because I have ideas for a couple gifts I was going to make, but I might end up changing my mind on those because I really like this idea of an ornament. Mary Maxim Star holiday ornament. Thank you, Faye. I shall look that up. And Christina says they help with things like splinters and bites to draw things out. That's cool. Had no idea. He said, thanks, Faye. Nice. Whoop, whoop. So we're at 3 hours and 40 minutes now. I think that this would be a good time to have our last two sprints of the night. Well, actually, I'm trying to think, because if we do 45 minutes, yeah, 45 and a 30. I think that would be fine. So it's up to you all if you want to do the 45 first, or would you like to end on the 45? So let me know. So 30 or 45 first. William says sugar substitutes are dangerous. I wish I knew that drinking Cola Zero. So no, it's not that they're dangerous for you, it's that they're dangerous for dogs. Dogs are not supposed to have sugar substitutes because it can mess with their blood sugar in an extremely dangerous way. It's just one of those foods that messes with them in a way that doesn't mess with humans. Kind of like how grapes are extremely toxic for dogs. Um, and grapes are weird too because it's generally regarded that you should never give a dog a grape, but there are some people who have and their dogs were fine, but then other people they give their dog one grape and their dog is poisoned and dies, right? So it's kind of one of those things where it's like you might get lucky and your dog might be okay, but like why risk it kind of thing, right? So like we don't no, we don't keep grapes in the house either because I had one scare with Barker and a grape, and I almost had a heart attack. And Zach says 30. Okay, so we'll do 30 next. Faye says chocolate is toxic for dogs too. Yes, it is. Yes. And the darker the chocolate, the more toxic it is. So, for example, like white chocolate isn't real chocolate. So, while it's not healthy for dogs, it's not going to kill them. Milk chocolate, they have to eat in a higher volume in order to be toxic, but they can still get like a stomach upset from it. Dark chocolate is when things start getting bad because you're adding in more of the, it's not tannins, right? Or is it tannins? Because that's what makes like the darker the chocolate gets more bitter, but that ends up being like worse for them, and they can have less of it before it takes a more toxic effect. And then baker's chocolate is the most dangerous because they have to eat very very little baker's chocolate to kill them. Because I had a 10-pound dog when I was a child that she got into a Hershey's bar, and I was so scared. And she ended up being perfectly fine because it was a milk chocolate bar, but had it been anything else, it would have been full on emergency. And Ron says, I'm tapping out. I can't spend any more time looking at screens today. Thank you for sprints. Well, thank you so much for coming, Ron. Thanks for hanging out. Jessica says aspartame is actually really bad for humans. I have heard that, yeah, like you can get aspartame poisoning if you have to have a lot of it, but it does happen. And Nicole says some dog breeds have enzymes that others don't. Thus, some can eat chocolate and just get hyper, and certain can die. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was that distinction. So good to know. And Angela says, wow, Salad Master's signature set goes for $2,000 on eBay. Wow. Well, that's super cool that you have that set, but holy crap. And Nicole says, but for vets, it's just easier to tell everyone no chocolate, etc. That also makes a lot of sense because, again, why risk it? Especially in households where you have multiple dogs, like multiple breeds of dogs. Yeah, so I get that. But thank you for keeping me honest. And Christina says, I'm allergic to aspartame, which is in diet drinks. So basically, no pink or blue sugar packs for me. Also, agave. So none of that sweetener or tequila. I forgot that you say it like that. My mom says tequila as well because she hates tequila. But yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that somebody could be allergic to artificial sweeteners. I know that people who are diabetic aren't supposed to have them, but that's good to know. And Faye says, I can only eat dark chocolate and I usually get a bit for Christmas, so I'm always careful to keep it out of reach. That makes sense. And Christina, speaking of your allergy, I just found out that apparently the poinsettia plants that I'm pretty sure I picked the right one, the red ones that people always get for like around Christmas time. I guess that when their stems and stuff are broken, they actually release some sort of agent into the air that has the same kind of makeup as latex. So people who have extreme latex allergies cannot be anywhere near poinsettias. I ended up finding that out in my work because we have certain offices in our company where people have reported like latex allergies, and they actually will change things throughout the whole office so that it's not anywhere near that person because they can die. Like, we're talking about like really, really terrible reactions. And we're not allowed to keep certain plants in the office for that reason as well. So I learned about that and I thought that was wild. I'd never heard that before. Christina says more cocoa. Yeah. You said dark chocolate has more cacao, excuse me, in it. Yes. Yes, it does. And Nicole says the caffeine in chocolate is what's bad for all dogs. Is it the caffeine amount? Okay. I did not know that either. And Jessica says, I learned that paracetamol, Panadol is toxic to cats. Now I'm glad my meds are zipped up and on a high shelf. Well, that's good. I know that like cats, there's not certain house plants you're not supposed to keep around either, because if you have a cat that likes to chew on them, some of them are toxic. William says, funny how different species are vulnerable to different things. HIV does nothing to cows. Huh. That's interesting. And Christina says, I know people allergic to preservatives too. That would be really hard in the culture that we live in to be allergic to preservatives. Nicole says, oh my God, tequila, that's my cilantro. Oh, cilantro's my cilantro. So that's the funny thing is if cilantro is neutralized with lime, so like cilantro lime rice from, say, Chipotle, love that stuff to death. Like, that's my favorite rice. But if you just put cilantro on something, it burns. Like, it like affects something in my throat where it just feels like it's burning. I don't know how to explain it. So like, I always get really confused with the people who say that it tastes like soap. Cilantro has never tasted like soap. It just hurts if it's not neutralized with lime. Tequila, I can drink it, but it has to be certain brands because like, what is it? Jose Cuervo, I think it is. Yeah, like that one is terrible. It's just absolutely terrible. And Faye says, wow, I didn't know that was my points. I didn't know that my, oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I can't read right now. Wow, I didn't know that was why poinsettias are so controversial. I just know a lot of people avoid them. That could be why. I'm not entirely sure. Angela says, I've always heard poinsettias are poisonous to cats. That might be another reason why people avoid them. That makes sense. Jessica says, I think Panadol is like the Kiwi equivalent to Tylenol. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, because ibuprofen is really toxic for dogs as well. I know that they're not supposed to have that ever. And Nicole said the caffeine can make their heart rates too high and they can have heart attacks. I think it's because they break down the caffeine slower or something. Okay. That's interesting. I'm learning so much. Sorry I say that's interesting a lot. I can't help it because I mean it when I say that. That is interesting. Christina says, I heard poinsettias are poisonous. Maybe that is why. That might very well might be. Nicole says cilantro is also my cilantro. And Jessica says, I can't do cilantro in anything. Christina says, love cilantro. I love that for you, Christina. Nicole says, no, I've had top shelf, bottom shelf, agave, blue agave. Tequila is disgusting in every version and drink. I do love a really good margarita. I cannot lie. But for me, some tequila is definitely better than others. I think that's a bummer that it's just all bad for you, though. Zach says, I can't stand cilantro either, but it doesn't burn and it doesn't taste like soap to me. So it's just bad. So I don't know where the soap gene comes in, like who first described it as tasting like soap and everybody went, oh yeah, that's what it is. I don't know. Jessica says, it is fascinating. Your streams are always educational. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah, we have a lot of people here, yourself included, that give a base of, really unique knowledge about different topics, and then like whatever the hell I ramble about for 5 hours. And Nicole says, you can have all the tequila and Christina can have the cilantro. There you go. I'll take it. Jamie says, I don't think I've ever tasted tequila. I like agave nectar in my tea though, and cilantro is yummy. You might like tequila then if you like agave. And Nicole says cilantro is also an enzyme missing issue. Oh, okay. That makes sense. And Faye says maybe it depends on what soap you use. Yeah. Yeah, I don't go around licking my soap, so I'm gonna avoid that one. Christina says my margaritas are called daiquiris. I like my rum. Daiquiris are really good. I can agree with you there. And Faye says LOL. Or LOL for Faye. And Zach says, I make a drink called a Rocky Mountain Chupacabra. It's a Monster Energy drink with tequila and a shot of Coors beer. So I can call it Rocky Mountain. That's so funny. So I will tell you, I cannot drink Monster Energy because it tastes like medicine to me, like drinking straight medicine. I've tried it a couple different times and I never successfully was able to get through a can. And Nicole says, yes, Christina, rum for life. Yeah, rum can be pretty tasty. I do like a really good rum and Coke. If you all have been here long enough that you saw my St. Elmo's bourbon Coca-Cola video as well, like I still think that stuff's really good. Though apparently that can be quite iffy with people because for the St. Elmo's, you're not supposed to drink it straight, to be clear. It's meant to be mixed with cola, but some people buy it to try it because they like bourbon and then they taste it and they go, oh, that's horrible. It's like, it's not like there's a specific flavor profile that it's supposed to go with. But I do enjoy it. And Nicole says, oh my gosh, Zach, that sounds like it would kill you. It would probably give me a heart attack. Oh, Rocky Mountain Chupacabra. That's such a fun name. Robert says Red Bull liquid perfume. Okay, so Red Bull, the flavored kind, I've had, I think, one flavor at some point. I think it was cranberry. That might have been it. That I thought was decent, and I drank those for a very short time, and then I just got to the point also where those kind of started tasting like medicine. And Christina says they are actually the same drink except for the alcohol. And William says cinnamon and coffee soap smell nice, but for whatever reason, I hate the smell of vanilla perfume. Huh. I wonder why that is. Andrew says Jack and Mountain Dew has been on my go-to for a while. Yeah, that makes sense because that's what they're made for, right? Whiskey was originally made for Mountain Dew, which is interesting because a lot of people, I've heard conflicting accounts of some people saying that Mountain Dew is meant to be like the term, if you will, for whiskey, but a lot of people say that Mountain Dew is moonshine. But I know for a fact that Mountain Dew was originally created to be mixed with whiskey. So I don't think it makes sense for moonshine to be Mountain Dew. So I don't know. If anybody has any clarification on that, let me know. Zach says, I buy Amp and Full Throttle for energy drinks generally. I don't drink energy drinks, but I'm also extremely sensitive to caffeine. So I can't. I'll become a wreck of a human for a really long time. But this has been a really great discussion. Thank you all. I will go ahead and get the timer changed over here to 30 minutes. So it looks like we're going to run a little long tonight just for the discussion, but I'm happy to have the discussion, so I'm totally cool with that. So I got 30 minutes up on the clock. Oh, and I got to ask you your next question, which is going to be, would you rather always have a full phone battery or a full gas tank? There you go. And I will see you all in a little bit, and happy productivity. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the second to last sprint of the evening. How did you do? I have been making progress on my knitting, so it's going very well. Turns out that the row that I thought I messed up, I didn't mess it up, and I undid it for no reason and then had to redo it, but that's okay. It's been a long week. That's absolutely something that my brain would get confused about at this point. So, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather always have a full phone battery or a full gas tank? Let's see what you have to say. See, Jamie says the folk songs about Mountain Dew are usually about moonshine, which may include illicit whiskey. Okay, maybe that's where it comes from. Angela says Mountain Dew is a nickname we use for moonshine down south. See, that's so interesting then that the drink Mountain Dew would be made to be mixed with whiskey then. I wonder why that is. And Jessica says full gas tank. Gas is way more expensive than the cost of charging a phone. Currently sitting at $2.60 New Zealand per liter. Not sure what that equates to in gallons, about $70 for half a tank. That is insane. That is insane, Jessica. I hate that. I'm so sorry. And William says, full phone battery. I'm an avid pedestrian. I don't like having to sit on the floor near charging ports in public. Okay, makes sense. Jamie says, moonshine is a broader term for illicit and unregulated liquor, which would include moonshine whiskey. Oh, okay. So I thought moonshine, because of like the fact that it is manufactured in its own by its own name, right? That moonshine was one drink and whiskey was another. I didn't realize moonshine is a broader term just for illegally produced alcohol. So good to know. Learning so much today. Angela says Crown and Mountain Dew with a twist of lemon is my go-to back in my youth, or was your go-to back in your youth. That sounds pretty good, actually. Denise said full gas tank, read 14 pages on page 293. I would have to agree that I would prefer a full gas tank as well. If I could just cut that amount of money out of my budget that I needed to, take care of every month, that would be great. And Nicole said, completed 14 pages in my next book, 4,321 by Paul Auster. Good job. And Robert says, full tank of gas, especially since it's still $45. I'll go with that. Yeah, absolutely. And Nicole says, full gas tank. I agree with Jessica, even though gas is cheaper here. Yeah, I mean, I drive a hybrid, and like my gas isn't overly expensive because of that, and I don't have to get it all the time, which I really appreciate. But at the same time, it still costs way more than it ever did when I first got the car. Like I used to be able to fill my gas tank up from empty to full for my hybrid for $20. And now it's more like 33 to 35, which I know isn't a big difference in the grand scheme of things, but just that extra money, I could use that other places if I wasn't putting it towards gas, and I very much would like to not have to buy gas. So I will go ahead and get us set up for our last sprint of the evening at 45 minutes. Which means that I also get to ask you all my favorite question, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be something big, it could be something small, it could be something that you just did 5 minutes ago, or something that you did last Saturday. I just want to hear something that you are proud of. And Denise said, not sure if there are still dry counties in the U.S. When we were first married, we visited my husband's family in Kentucky. We had to go to a bootlegger so his brother could get beer. There are still dry counties in the U.S., and Keaton is actually from one in Arkansas. And he's talked about how people used to have to drive across the border to the neighboring county. And there were 2 liquor stores that sat there just waiting for customers. And there were several times when the county actually was trying to put forward a change to their law to where they would no longer be a dry county. And those stores and businesses are actually the ones that put a stop to it, because they obviously didn't want to lose out on all of the income that they were getting from the people that had to drive across the border. So Yeah, it's definitely still a thing. I will go ahead and get us started here on the last sprint. Probably going to read a little bit this time. Oh, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did do a little bit more reading in Life After Life. I made it to page 108, and I just reached a point where I can tell things are starting to be like, okay, they're interesting. They're getting more. I'm getting more hooked into it now than I was feeling before. So we're gonna see how that goes. It's a positive feeling. And of course, I ask you all the question that I ask every week, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? So let's see. Oh, yeah, back to the bootlegging. Denise was saying this guy was selling illegally in the county was not a store. How salacious that you bought from a bootlegger. And Faye said, I socialized a bit with my cousin today. Doesn't sound like much, but I usually hide from visitors. Oh, well, I'm glad that you had a visitor and hopefully you had a fun time with your cousin. I like that you socialized with us, Faye. Zach says, this week I found and pre ordered North in the Night by Emily Rath. It's based in Finnish mythology, which is an interest of mine I've never been able to put to use. Well, very cool. I hope that ends up being great. You said gift idea. I just found a matching set of beanie, scarf, and gloves. It's pretty cool. Oh, that sounds adorable. That's really nice. And Christina says, one thing I'm proud of this week is I finished a cowl. Oh, nice. That's great. I'm happy for you. Did you knit or crochet that? Did you crochet it? I apologize. I can't remember. And Denise said, going to bed, need to be up early. Have a great weekend, everyone. Well, you too, Denise. Thanks for hanging out. And Nicole said, made it to page 38. Very nice. Faye said, I ate, painted, and watched YouTube. That's awesome. And for my thing that I am proud of this week, I'm terrified of water leaks in my house, and I happened to find a leak underneath my sink. And fortunately, it was very small, it was very slow. It had to have just started because there wasn't any like noticeable damage. So I was very lucky in that regard. But I found where the leak was coming from. I determined it was something I could fix myself, so I didn't hire a plumber. Went to Lowe's, bought the part, replaced it, and then the shutoff valve that I used to change the part ended up being damaged just from turning it on and off. Sometimes the gaskets and the packing nuts and stuff can wear out over time if they're not used regularly. And so then the shutoff valve started leaking, and I did some research on that, and I figured out how to fix that, and now that isn't leaking. So 2 leaks were fixed in the span of a couple days. And then also during the last week, I finished my sweater that I have been wearing tonight that is very poofy and very fun, and it looks a little big on me, I won't lie, but it's kept me warm during sprints, so I'm very happy with it. But overall, even though I had a failure today of realizing I filmed a video with no audio and then having to redo it tomorrow, I did have some wins this week that I can be proud of myself for, so hooray for that. Faye said, yes, reading sprints are 99% of my social life, all the human interaction while still hiding in my room. Honestly, that's a nice way to do it. I totally understand. And I mean, I am not like agoraphobic or anything like that. I don't know if I should say that, Faye, that I totally understand what you're saying, but I sympathize with your feelings. I hope that makes sense. I never want to be offensive when I tell people like I get that, because sometimes I haven't experienced that, so I'm not going to get it, but I sympathize with you telling me. And Zach says, The Wedding People is really good. It did just trash men who read romance novels, which is why I like telling people I read them to make them uncomfortable. I call it breaching their insecurity fence. Oh, I mean, I'm glad that you read them if they bring you joy. I don't think that that's a good stereotype that we have, that like only women read romance, because unfortunately we live in a world where if something is predominantly a female activity, it tends to be heavily disregarded in society, or kind of infantilized in some cases, and romance novels are definitely one of those things where it's like, oh, they read romance novels. And I have even been, and I'm fully willing to admit this, somebody who has thought that at points in my life where I'm like, oh, I read real literature, I don't read romance novels. And I realize that that's a really unhealthy and shitty way to think, and so I don't think that way anymore. Like, I'm just happy when people read and they read things that they're passionate about. So if you like reading romance novels, I think that's fantastic. And Angela says, thank you for sprints. I'm 76 pages further into my book. Your sprints, along with Nicole's and Kat's, help keep me motivated. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. And I'm also really happy to hear that you joined Kat's and Nicole's sprints as well. That's super cool. So thanks for hanging out, Angela. And Faye says, Zach, I had a male professor in university who actually preached on the virtues of Harlequin romances and forced me to read one. I'm not a romance reader. That's interesting. And Robert said, Alex, 5-star host, thank you for Friday night stream. Hashtag is the mic on. Yeah, I'm glad my microphone and this computer and microphone and a webcam is working, because I can't have two failures like that in one day. That would just be too much. But thank you so much for joining as always. Faye says, thanks, Alex. Anytime, Faye. And Christina says, chatted with my son a bit and got to chapter 8. Oh, very nice. That's great. And we're definitely over on the normal amount of time. We hit almost 5.5 hours. So thank you all for hanging out with me. And as always, I hope you have a fabulous weekend. I want to do my best to do my filming and my editing tomorrow and one day so that I can get my video posted on Sunday. And then Keaton and I are actually going to an IMAX viewing of Interstellar. They brought it back to theaters to show in IMAX. So really excited to watch that with him. I think that's going to be a ton of fun. Because I have only seen the movie once and I did not see it in theaters. So the fact we're going to see it on the big screen is going to be amazing. I can't wait to see the black hole. It's going to be the best part. But yeah. So I hope you all have a great weekend. And Christina says, crocheted the cowl. Very nice. Great job. Robert said in hearts. Thank you, Robert. And good night, everybody. Or good morning. Bye.